Good morning and welcome to this special meeting of the Comhairle, which is being conducted from the Council Chamber and remotely through Microsoft Teams. Before we begin, I will ask Councillor Finlay Stewart to lead us in prayer. Councillor Stewart.
Our gracious God and loving Heavenly Father, as we come before Thee once again on this day, we give thanks, Lord, for this day, for another day on mercy's ground. We give thanks, Lord, for every mercy and blessing that is ours. And, Lord, we confess that we don't even deserve the least of your mercies, but we give praise and thanks that your mercies are new to us each and every morning. Great, O God, is your faithfulness. We again, O Lord, give thanks that we can gather here today for the privilege of doing so, for representing the people on of these islands. We thank you, Lord, for all that you do for us from day to day, for all you provide for us, both on temporal and spiritual needs. And we would ask on this day, O Lord, that as we meet here and we deliberate and debate and decide on what is in front of us here, that you would, O Lord, lead us and guide us, and that you would be with us, Lord, as we contemplate all these matters in front of us and decide upon them. We pray, O Lord, for our Chief Executive and his staff. We pray for them and that you would be with them. We pray for our leader and convener and all the members and indeed everyone who is present here today, Lord, that you would bless and be with each one. And again, O Lord, we thank you for our time here together. And Lord, we would ask that you would bless those who prepared these reports before us, and give thanks for all the work that's gone into them. And we give thanks that again that we can be gathered here. Oh Lord, be with us now as we go forward. Lord, lead us and guide us, and help us and strengthen us along life's journey. And oh Lord, be with us as we debate upon these things, upon these matters, and go before us. And all we ask is in Jesus' precious name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stewart. The meeting is now being recorded and will be available on the Comhairle's website following the meeting. No other forms of filming, audio recording or photographs are permitted during the meeting. I will now ask Derek Mackay, Governance and Elections Manager, to read the Sedierant. Derek.
Gorum.
On the show.
Leader.
And here.
Duncan McInnes, MB. Bringing them.
Sure.
Bara August Vattersay. Kenneth J. McLean.
I'm sure.
Ian A. McNeil.
He was having issues getting audio.
Councillor McNeil is present. Ush Jess Ediski August Benavilia. Ian M. McLeod.
I'm sure.
Susan Thompson.
Good morning, I'm here.
Ush Tatua. Mustafa Hossein.
Michelle.
Ushan Robertson.
Michelle.
Naherach Paul Finnegan. Kenneth M. McLeod.
Here.
Skiernan Loch, Robert Mackenzie.
Here.
Angus Morrison.
Michelle.
Skirug August Carlebach. Ronald Fraser.
On the show.
Norman MacDonald.
On the show.
And Tiv Shear August Nish. John Norman MacLeod. I have apologies from Councillor Donald McSween. Lochatua Donald Crichton.
On the show.
I have apologies from Councillors John A. McKeever and Councillor Colin McLean. Stornham Lochatua Ian M. Macaulay.
I'm sure.
Malcolm K. MacDonald.
I'm sure.
Gordon Murray.
I'm sure.
Stornham Jess. I have apologies from Councillor Ray Mackenzie. Angus McCormack. Dr. Francis Murray.
I'm sure.
George Murray. Skieran Rue, Norrie MacDonald.
And here.
And Finlay Stewart.
On the hill.
25 members of the court present, I quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Derek. And I'm ruling item 5 as urgent to allow the caller to consider these matters before the next meeting. And item 5 will be considered in private at the end of the meeting. We'll now go to the agenda. £10 fine, Councillor Gordon Murray. Item 1 is the minutes of the meeting of the 4th of November 2025 and therefore approval. Everyone approving them? Okay, thank you very much. Item number 2 in the agenda is declaration of interest. Members are asked to declare any interest they may have in any items on the agenda, and it would be helpful if members expressed why they are declaring an interest in the item concerned. Anyone declaring an interest in any of the items? Councillor Robbie McKenzie.
As Chair of the North Loss Community Council, I declare a connection but not a conflict of interest, as I had no connection with any meetings or statements coming out of North Loss Community Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor McKenzie, is that okay? Derek, yeah. And Councillor Donald Crichton.
Thank you, Convener. Declaring an interest in item 3A. First of all, I want to acknowledge the volume of correspondence I've received on this item, and I appreciate the views that have been expressed by it, but I declare an interest as a trustee of the Stornoway Trust Estate, on which land the proposals are subject. So I will not take any further part in the meeting and will be leaving the chamber. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crichton. Anyone else in the chamber or anyone online? Anyone online, Derry? Marina? Just declare an interest. Okay, so we've had 2 declarations of interest. Thank you very much.
It's a connection.
One was a connection. Okay. Item number 3A on the agenda is the planning, the proposed construction and operation of a strategic electricity transmission hub consisting of a 400 kV substation and HVDC converter station and the associated undertaking of earthworks, the formation of platforms, landscaping, means of access, means of enclosure, site drainage, temporary construction compounds, peatland reinstatement and improvements and other associated operations. National Development at Arnish, Isle of Lewis. The report is by the Chief Executive. And I would remind members that before participating in any planning decision, you need to consider if you have preempted the decision-making process by indicating support or opposition for the application in advance of the meeting or by lobbying other members for a particular outcome. Any motion or amendment in relation to a planning application must be based solely on planning reasons. If a member moves an amendment, I will invite him or her to clearly articulate the amendment and the planning reasons upon which it is based. Thereafter, I may continue the business of the meeting in accordance with the time-out protocol, dealing with amendments contrary to officer recommendations. A copy of the time-out protocol has been made available to all members via the Planning Applications Board folder on SharePoint. This report concerns an application for planning permission in principle for the proposed construction and operation of a strategic electricity transmission hub consisting of a 400 kV AC substation, an HVDC converter station and the associated undertaking of earthworks, the formation of platforms, landscaping, means of access, means of enclosure, site drainage, temporary construction compounds, peatland reinstatement and improvement and other associated operations. National Development at Arnish, Isle of Lewis. The Planning Applications Board met on Tuesday, the 11th of November 2025 to conduct a pre-determination hearing and recommended that the COLA approve the application for planning permission in principle, subject to the conditions set out in Appendix 1 to this report and the provision of a wear and tear agreement under Section 96 of the Roads Scotland Act 1984, under which the developer will be responsible for the repair of any damage to the local road network attributable to construction-related traffic. The minute of the meeting on the Planning Applications Board has been shared for information. The Comhairle will now consider the recommendations of the Planning Applications Board and determine the application. I will now ask Maura Ferguson, Planning Manager, to present her report to the Comhairle. Maura.
Good morning, members. So, first of all, I thought it would be useful just to set out the format of this presentation, which has been expanded upon since the Planning Applications Board, given that a number of further questions and representations have been received from the public. Presentation includes 3 slides. First of all, setting out the legislative and policy context to the determination of the planning application, as well as some information on the national status that has been afforded to the application for the proposed development. There are then 7 slides which set out the location, site plan, model of the likely form and layout of buildings, and some of the site development details for the Arnish Moor part of the site, where it is proposed that the infrastructure will be constructed. There are then some visualisations with cumulative and individual viewpoints. That's followed by some drone footage of the site, 2 clips, 1 4 minutes on the main part of the site that will be developed, and a minute on the site that is proposed for peat restoration and biodiversity net gain. I'll then return to the presentation to provide an overview of the report that is before members. I thought it would be useful just to set out for everybody the legislative context to the determination of the planning application. The principal planning act in Scotland is the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act of 1997, which has been amended by subsequent acts. Nevertheless, it remains the case that Section 25 and Section 37(2) of the Principal Act provide that planning decisions shall be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The scope of what constitutes a material consideration in planning is very wide, but in general, the courts take the view that it is concerned with land use in the public interest and must be related to the development under consideration. Further, the law makes a clear distinction between the question of whether something is a material consideration and the weight which the decision maker may give to that material consideration. It's for the decision maker to decide what weight is to be given to any material consideration in arriving at its determination. Given that planning applications require to be determined in accordance with the development plan, I felt it useful to set out that the development plan for the Outer Hebrides now comprises of 2 key documents: National Planning Framework 4, which was brought into the development plan by the Amendment Act of the Planning Scotland Act 2019. National Planning Framework 4 was adopted by the government in February 2023 and became part of the Comhairle's development plan. It sits together with the Comhairle's Outer Hebrides local development plan. Both documents have a spatial strategy and a set of thematic policies. National Planning Framework 4 also has an indicative regional spatial strategy / priorities. spatial strategy is illustrated by mapping within these documents. Before we move on, I found it useful in terms of this development being identified as a category of national development to set out how that comes about. So, National Planning Framework 4 contains a spatial strategy for the whole of Scotland. It further identifies 18 national developments which are intended to support delivery of that national spatial strategy. Amongst these is transmission infrastructure across the whole of Scotland. And the NPF4 spatial strategy map identifies a an electricity transmission link from and to the Western Isles with the mainland. And that's identified on the map there, outlined in the brown box just to the left of centre on the bottom slide. The slide sets out the location plan of the site that has been identified within the Western Isles for taking forward the transmission infrastructure. The applicant, SSEN, undertook a site options appraisal, which culminated in the selection of this site, which is the subject of the application before the Comhairle today. I'll return to that site selection process in more detail when discussing the report. The slide identifies the location of the site. It's set out in two parts. The part of the site which is to the east of the A859 is that which is proposed for accommodating the main infrastructure, and that which is slightly further to the north and west is an area which is to be considered for peat reinstatement and restoration and other biodiversity net gain opportunities. In terms of location, it is located just to the south of Stornoway. You can see the town of Stornoway on the right-hand side of the slide. It's bisected by the Lochs Road coming in from the south. The site itself starts at the Creed Enterprise Park. The road that goes off to the west is the Pentland Road. And in the bottom right-hand side of the slide is the Arnish Peninsula, and that is where there is an existing marine licence in place for the landfall of the radial interconnector cable that is proposed as part of the wider Western Isles transmission link. The site layout plan just sets out in a bit more detail the proposed layout of the development. It is indicative, as the application is at this stage in principle. As I said earlier, the land on the western side of the road is proposed for peat reinstatement. That's identified in the yellow and red hatching, yellow being the route of access and the hatching being the areas that would be used for potentially for restoration. The main infrastructure would be sited on what's classed as the Arnish Moor part of the site, which is on the eastern side of the road. This slide sets out just a model of a 3D model of what the proposed development could potentially look like. It's in one block colour, but a colour study has been commissioned by the applicant to identify the colour palette that would best mitigate visual effects. And when we come to the visualisations, members will see that different colouring has been used in the visualisations to mitigate the landscape and visual impacts. The slide sets out in a bit more detail the development works that are proposed. So firstly, the site accesses, and these will be both temporary and permanent once the development if the development is consented and constructed. So to the west, there is an access coming off the Lochs Road. That access is proposed. It's in orange, pink on the left-hand side, would come in almost directly opposite the access into the Lochside Arena. There will be an access off the Arnish Road, which can be seen on the right-hand side of the slide to the top. There are two platforms. The alternate current platform, the AC platform, is identified in yellow. That's where the substations would be constructed. And the platform in green on the right-hand side would be for the high voltage direct current converter station. During construction, it would be necessary to have construction compounds where contractor accommodation would be set up and where materials would be laid down. Those are identified in brown. It's also proposed that the rock that would be required to create the development platforms and the accesses would be won from a series of borrow pits within the site, and the location of these is indicated by the lilac shading. This next slide indicates the extent of proposed site clearance, where the vegetation and peat soil and any rock would be cleared in order to accommodate the proposed development. This slide identifies the surface water drainage layout that would be proposed. Members can see that there is a water course running to the north and south of the site. Both those water courses ultimately lead into the River Creed, very close to its mouth, where it discharges into Stornoway Harbour. The arrows show the fall, the kind of how the surface water drainage would fall on completion of the development, and the small blue basins are the attenuation basins that would form part of the sustainable drainage system that it's proposed would be constructed to manage surface water. Well, moving on to the visualisations, just some further information on the maximum parameters of buildings that would be proposed on the platforms. It's proposed that so far as possible, most of the electrical infrastructure would be enclosed in buildings. The reason for that is twofold. One, in order to protect them from the maritime weather conditions experienced here, and also in order to attenuate noise during operation. So the HVDC converter station platform is in green. It would have an overall footprint of 320 by 310 metres. That amounts to 9.92 hectares, and the buildings on that platform would rise to a maximum height of 27.5 metres, and that is the maximum design envelope that has been used in the environmental impact assessment. The substation platform in yellow would have an overall footprint of 6.5 hectares, and the buildings on that, which are the buildings that would be closest to the Lochs Road, would have a maximum height of 20 metres. The landscape and visual impact assessment, in addition to providing some individual viewpoints, also provides some cumulative viewpoints, particularly in relation to the other development of scale assessed in the cumulative impact assessment, which is Stornoway Wind Farm. So this slide is really just to set the context of the location of the proposed consented Stornoway Wind Farm in relation to the proposed site of the Lewis Hub, which has been overmarked in green on the slide. The proposed Stornoway Wind Farm is a fairly extensive site to the west of the Creed North part of the site, and it's dissected by the Pentland Road, which is the road shown in yellow to the north. And again, you can see the Lochs Road coming in just on the right-hand side of the slide, running in a northeasterly direction. The slide has been prepared just to take members through the visualizations that follow. So in the order that they are presented in this presentation. So viewpoint 19 is on the left-hand side. It's on the eastern side of the Loss Road. As you pass the Grimshadow Road end, it's in an elevated area there, and it's a stone circle. Going across the bay, we then move to Lower Sandwick, viewpoint 3, Sandwick Cemetery, viewpoint 4, and the Eilean, the car park, which leads to the Eilean Memorial at Holm. So there are 3 viewpoints on the east side of the harbour. The next 2 viewpoints are the Croch na Croche. It's in the lower part of the castle grounds, below the Croch na Croche, on a footpath below the Croch na Croche chambered cairn, or scheduled monument, I should say. And viewpoint 12 is to the south of the village of Marybank. It's an elevated plateau where Scottish Water have some infrastructure, some tanks, and there are some picnic benches up there. You access it via a pedestrian path that coming up from the loch at Marybank. And the final 2 are near view visualisations at Creed Park and Lochside Arena. So coming to the first of these, so this is out on the Loss Road on the approach to Stornoway. It's on the elevated area of land just as you pass the Grimshadow Road end. You're looking northeast, and this illustrates, using grey colouring, the possible appearance of the buildings on both of the platforms. Next viewpoint is across the bay, viewpoint 3. It's taken within the village of Lower Sandwick, and here you're looking directly west across the bay towards the site. On the left of the slide, you can see the Deepwater Port lying low in the harbour, and the arrow indicates the photo montage at the bottom of the slide indicates where the proposed buildings subject to this application would appear on the horizon. This next viewpoint is taken from just inside the gate to Sandwick Cemetery. Again, a sensitive viewpoint. At the top, it indicates the existing view, and you can see the elevated, in the centre of the slide, you can see the elevated mound within the castle grounds. And just on the photo montage to the left, it indicates again where those buildings, along with the bunting and landscaping, would appear on the horizon to the left of the natural peak of the castle grounds. Viewpoint 7 is at Holm at the memorial, at the car park leading to the Eilean Memorial. Again, on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the Irish fabrication buildings, the Deepwater Port, and from this viewpoint, the buildings would appear on the horizon above the natural landform, again indicated by the arrow, shown in a pale grey in this particular visualisation. For this viewpoint, there is also a cumulative viewpoint has also been prepared in order to illustrate how the proposal would be viewed in context with the consented Stornoway wind farm. So the wireframe at the top provides the layout of the Stornoway wind farm as would be viewed from the same viewpoint, and shows where the buildings would sit within that view. And then the photo montage at the bottom gives the cumulative view. And again, you can see the turbines along the horizon and the proposed buildings. This is a viewpoint taken on the footpath leading up to Croch na Croche from the Arnish Road. There's a network of paths on that side. And this is looking onto the eastern end of the site. So you can see the existing view there, and then the photo montage illustrates what you would view from the castle grounds from that particular position. And the photo montage incorporates the bunding and the planting that is proposed. And members will note that although bunding and planting is proposed, that would still not wholly obscure the buildings from view due to their height. That same viewpoint is then used in preparing a cumulative viewpoint. So the wireframe at the top is what's classed as a bare earth model. So that model is prepared with no vegetation, either existing or proposed. It's basically how the buildings would appear if there was no vegetation there at all. And it's in cumulation with the Stornoway wind farm turbines, which will be viewed in that context to the right of the proposed buildings. And that is then illustrated in the visualisation below with the proposed bunding and landscaping illustrated. Viewpoint 12 is up above the village of Marybank, south of Marybank, and this is looking across the site that is proposed for peat restoration and biodiversity net gain potential, and in the distance on the photo montage the location of where the area of buildings would be proposed. Following viewpoints are near viewpoints. So the first one is taken just as you pass the Creed Enterprise entrance. At the top, the existing view, and then you can see the turbine there that is out of the Creed Enterprise Park, and then the photo montage below is slightly zoomed in. You can see the tower of the turbine, and just beyond the trees, the proposed buildings. And then this is coming further in the Loss Road, broadly opposite where the new access would be proposed into the site. And again, the buildings, the photo montage below illustrates how the buildings would sit and be viewed from that particular viewpoint. Again, the colouring illustrates how the colouring, how it's important that the colouring is right in order to mitigate the visual effects. Follows now like some drone footage which has been taken to allow members just to actually see the site in the absence of the ease of visiting the site. So, sorry, Marina, can I just go back to that slide just very briefly? Yeah, so this slide is really just to illustrate the route of the drone. So clip 1, the drone starts out on the Loss Road, south of the slide at the Creed Enterprise Park, and the drone tracks along the road but allows a view into the site, into the right. The drone then turns, it goes in the Arnish Road, and from that point you can see the relative position of the site in relation to the castle grounds and Stornoway, and it then turns west and travels through the centre of the site, coming back out towards the Lochside Arena. That piece of footage is about 4 minutes, and then there's a further clip on the Creed North part of the site. That's just about, it says 2 minutes, but it's actually just over a minute. And again, it's just the drone tracks westwards and then turns southwards on the site. So if we can move to the drone footage now, thank you. Okay, so this clip starts at the Creed Enterprise Park. You can see on the bottom right, the development site is the area of land that's coming into view on the right-hand side of the Loch Road. And it stretches inland all the way along that tree line. So it stretches all the way along. So it includes this area of boggy ground you can see in the foreground, the trees, and the area to the north of that first clump of trees. It's proposed to retain the plantation of trees.
Apologies, we can't see the video. We're just seeing a document screen.
Okay, so coming up.
I just checking. Can you see the film online?
No.
Those members
No.
who are online. You're
No,
not seeing anything.
no.
No.
We can see the downloads page, but not the video.
Sorry, what was that?
We can see the downloads page, but not the video.
All right, okay.
Not seeing
We'll
anything.
try and rectify that then. Can you see it now, those who are online?
No, same again.
No?
No.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
No, got it
Okay,
now.
you can all see it online now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So carry on, Monarch.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, so the development site's the area of land that stretch on the right-hand side of the Lochs Road. And it stretches into the tree line in the distance.
Okay, we seem to be having technical issues with the film. Seems to be starting and stopping now. Okay, we'll adjourn then for a few minutes, just till we try and get this resolved, so that everyone can see the film.
Sharing the other data.
Yeah. Okay, we can resume the meeting. I think we've got our IT issues resolved. So over to you, Morag.
So the development site is the area of land on the right-hand side of the drone footage. So on the right-hand side of the Lochs Road, and it stretches into the tree line in the distance beyond. The Lochside Arena is an equestrian centre. It can be seen on the left-hand side of the Lochs Road. The proposed access into the development site would be directly opposite the entrance into the Lochside Arena. You can see in the centre of the footage the tree line, the bank of trees that are there, the plantation, and which runs parallel to the road. And it's proposed that this plantation of trees would be retained and would provide a natural screen from the development for road users. So that the road just carries on over in the distance beyond the castle grounds. You can see Broad Bay, the town of Stornoway, Newmarket up to the left. Just coming into the centre of the slide is the existing Stornoway grid supply point, the main substation in green. The road's now turned, it's travelling out the Arnish Road from its junction with the Lochs Road. The development site is coming into view again just beyond the tree line on the right-hand side of the road. The River Creed, the castle grounds, and the town of Stornoway are all in view on the left-hand side. The site itself is now coming into view, and some of these raised areas where the ferns are areas where there are rock outcrops, and that's where it's proposed that some of the rock that would be one for the creating the platforms would be excavated from. Across the harbour, Sandwick and Holm are visible, as is the new deepwater terminal, which is coming into view in the foreground. And then in the distance, you can start to see Arnish Point and the Arnish fabrication buildings. And the Arnish Point is where the landfall cable would come ashore. The drone is now turning across the site. Again, you can see these rocky knolls. And the drone is now facing west and tracking through the centre of the site proposed for the development. And it can be seen from the ground, the nature of the ground, that part of the site is semi-improved ground on account of former drainage works and cultivation works arising from its use as part of a farm. The Creed Enterprise Park is visible on the left-hand side, in the distance, and the loch straight ahead with the Lochside Arena just coming into view dead ahead. And as the drone pans round, it's looking over towards the northern part of the site on the western side of the road, which is to be used for restoration. And then there's a separate, very short clip of that area of land. Okay, so as I said, this is a shorter clip of the Creed North site, which provides potential for peatland restoration and also for biodiversity enhancement measures. The footage started at the main road opposite Marybank Quarry, and the drone is travelling southwestwards. The remains of a track, which is visible through the centre of the moorland, is the remains of a railway line, which is associated with the peat cutting for the historic Lewis Paraffin Works or Stornoway Paraffin Works, which resulted in extensive peat cutting in this area historically. The River Creed can be seen flowing through just to the east of the site, and the drone is panning round. You can see the Lochside Arena coming into view, and then the bank of trees by the roadside and the site just beyond. And if we can now just return to the presentation.
Is everyone who's online, are they seeing the presentation okay?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Sorry, Marina, it's not clicking. So there follows a series of slides that cover the provide an overview of the report. First of all, I thought it was useful just to outline for members that this application for the Lewis Hub is for planning permission in principle. And if the planning permission is approved, specific details would still require to be approved after the grant of planning permission in the form of an application for matters specified by condition, or potentially for more than one application for matters specified by condition. A matter specified by condition application, while it's not a planning permission, it is a formal application process, and under our scheme of delegation, each of these applications would be the subject of a further assessment report and would come back before the Comhairle for determination. The recommended conditions for this application are structured to accommodate a phased submission, so it is likely that there will be more than one application for matters specified in conditions. As it's a planning permission in principle, it's through the conditions that the planning permission secures mitigation of effects, and in addition to the matters that are specified for further approval, there are also a series of suspensive planning conditions which would require to be discharged before any work commenced on the site. That would be that prior to some other conditions which require to be discharged prior to occupation or within specific time scales as stated. And there are some that are just general compliance conditions. While the application is for planning permission in principle, the actual development is environmental impact assessment, and therefore under the environmental impact assessment regulations, it was necessary for the environmental impact assessment report to establish maximum parameters for the purposes of assessing what is the predicted likely worst case scenario. So going forward, the development should be refined within these kind of maximum parameters that have been set by the EIA. The planning assessment itself, which is set out in the report before members, has been informed by Planning Authority's own examination of the environmental impact assessment report as required by regulations, and the further information that was submitted by the applicant through Supplementary Environmental Information 1 and 2, also the subject of our examination. Further, The advice of specialist consultation bodies was obtained externally. So, for example, SEPA, Nature Scottish Water, Historic Environment Scotland, and Transport Scotland externally all provided subject matter specialist advice. Internal departments of the Comhairle, including roads and bridges, environmental health, ecology, archaeology, building standards, and we also commissioned external advice on areas where we felt it was necessary, in particular landscape and visual amenity, peat landslide risk assessment, and the carbon assessment. The assessment also has regard to the contributions made by the public insofar as these raise material planning considerations. The report that has been made publicly available and circulated and before members sets out the officer's assessment of the proposed development against the provisions of the statutory development plan, and it has regard to all material considerations. There have been some concerns raised about the publicity, and members of the public wished that members be aware of the volume of objection that has been received in relation to this application. And while that's set out in the report, it is just repeated here for clarity. So section 7 of the committee report addresses the publicity procedures, sets out when the application was advertised, the neighbours that were notified, and here on the slide, which I won't read out, are the objections, the number of objections that were received. And clearly there is a strong public interest in the determination of this application. And move on to the next slide. This summarises the matters that were raised in representation comments. And again, I'll allow members just to read through this slide. All of this is covered in the report. Members have had the opportunity to read that, and we move on to the next slide.
I think.
The slide just sets out the structure of the report. Section 5 of the report sets out the background, including the legislative context, planning history, and the scope of the application received. Section 6 sets out the site context and the proposal in detail. Section 7, which I've just covered, sets out the public participation and the nature of the representations that were received. Section 8 provides a summary of the consultation advice that was received both from external and internal consultees and the commissioned advice. Section 9 sets out the policy context, including the development plan, policies, National Planning Framework 4 and the Outer Hebrides Development Plan, and the status it holds in determining the application. Section 10 is the longest section of the report, and that's the planning appraisal. It sets out our approach to the assessment, the purpose and strategic need for the development, site selection, spatial strategy and principle of development, and it addresses the impacts, effects and mitigations for a range of matters which are considered under topic headings, and I'll say a bit more about those. Then section 11 and 12 draw together findings of the above, and following the recommendation the recommendation incorporates a schedule of proposed conditions, and again I'll say a bit more about that. So the purpose and strategic need are covered in paragraphs 10.5 to 10.9 of the report. The application identifies the statutory duty that the SSEN, the applicant, has as a transmission operator to maintain an efficient, coordinated and economical system of electricity transmission, and a separate duty to facilitate competition between current and new generators of electricity. It also identifies that the National Grid System Operator in 2023 published the pathway to 2030 for the holistic network design. And that is a strategic electricity network plan for the whole of Great Britain on how it was planned to deliver on the government's goal of a clean power system by 2030. The Western Isles Connection project was identified as being an essential piece of infrastructure to unlock the renewable potential in the Western Isles region. National Planning 4, which is the Scottish Government's spatial strategy for Scotland, identifies the Western Isles link within its national spatial strategy, and National Planning Framework 4 also identifies it as a national development and explicitly includes converter and substations within transmission infrastructure. The report in paragraphs 10.10 to 10.16 set out the applicant's approach to site selection and alternatives. It's also set out in chapter 3 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report. So the scenarios that were looked at were do nothing, which obviously would not achieve the objectives. Options were looked at in terms of whether to use gas-insulated switchgear or air-insulated switchgear. And of these options, the gas-insulated switchgear was chosen as the preferred, selected as the preferred alternative, and the reasoning for that is set into the report. In addition to that, site options were considered. In the initial site options appraisal, there were 5 sites, following a series of consultation events with the community, which the developer is required to undertake. 3 further sites were added to that. So in total, 8 different sites were considered. And at the conclusion of the process, site 8, which is the Arnish Moors / Macaulay Farm, part of the site for where the development is proposed, was selected, together with site 6, Creed North, which is not proposed for any development works, but for peatland restoration and biodiversity net gain works. Collectively, these sites form the application for the current for the planning permission before members. Paragraphs 10.17 to 10.44 of the report set out the spatial strategy and the principle of development. The assessment finds that the proposed development demonstrates alignment with both the national and local spatial strategy and with the local spatial strategy, contributes to national energy objectives, and aligns with the spatial priorities that were set down for the North and West Coastal Islands, based on an indicative regional spatial strategy that was advanced during the formation of the National Planning Framework. National Planning Framework has very particular policies designed to deal with carbon emissions, net zero, and the biodiversity crisis. And these policies 1, 2, 11 and 29 all support the contribution that the proposal would make to reduce carbon emissions and net zero, achieving net zero. So this section of the report finds that the principle of development is supported by the development plan, but the detail of the application on this site does require further assessment against the relevant policies. But overall, in terms of the spatial strategy and principle development, it was found to be compliant, and therefore that is a positive material consideration, which, on account of its national status and achieving national imperatives, has been given significant weight and carried into the planning balance. The next few slides cover the topics that were assessed through the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, and I'll take members through these briefly. So, landscape and visual impact assessment is covered in quite significant detail between paragraphs 10.45 and 10.103. It was covered as Chapter 5 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, which comprised a comprehensive visual impact assessment, provided viewpoints, wireframes, and visualizations. There was an assessment of the direct effects, including cumulative effects. In addition to that, a colour study was advanced. As the Comhairle does not have landscape advisor on staff, we commissioned an independent examination of this part of the EIA. We commissioned land use consultants to carry out that examination on behalf of the Comhairle. Mitigation proposed and advised by those independent experts was for landscaping in the form of earthworks, bunding, planting. Colour of cladding is obviously very important in ensuring that the effects and the appearance of the buildings are mitigated so far as possible. And also on the Lochs Road, some kind of like entrance walling features. All of these to be secured by conditions. Nevertheless, after application of mitigation measures, it's acknowledged both in the EIA and in our own examination that some residual significant effects would remain, and therefore that's a negative material consideration. It is, however, localised, and that was also given due weight and carried into the planning balance. On account of it having some residual significant effects, it wouldn't be wholly policy compliant. Cultural heritage assessment set out in paragraphs 10.104 to 10.138. This is Chapter 6 of the EIA report. There was an independent examination of that carried out by Historic Environment Scotland and the Comhairle Archaeology Service, who both provided us with advice. There's a series of mitigation measures, including archaeology conditions, the appointment of an archaeological clerk of works. No significant residual impacts have been identified which cannot be mitigated against. It was concluded that in relation to these policies, the application was compliant, and while these are material considerations, the weight given weighs neither for or against the development. The next topic area considered was ecology, both species, non-avian, because there's a separate chapter on ornithology, and also habitats. And again, it's a fairly lengthy part of the report, covered in paragraphs 10.139 to 10.205. This part of the EIA report was supported by a number of technical reports. They're listed in paragraph 10.153. Examination was undertaken along with ourselves and advice provided by SEPA and Nature Scot. It identifies the habitats that would be affected. These are listed there as blanket bog, wet heath, modified grass, GWTE, and lithotrophic and dystrophic lakes. in peatland, and then in terms of species, otter and aquatic species, which include Atlantic salmon. So these were all assessed. The mitigation that's proposed is, first of all, for peatland habitat restoration. And on account of habitat being lost on account of the earthworks and creation of the platforms, there is biodiversity offsetting proposed both on and off site. And the proposal is that there would be 10 times that lost would be restored, and that's in accordance with Nature Scot advice. In addition to that, the applicant have advanced that they will provide a 10% biodiversity net gain. So the methodology for calculating biodiversity effects is different to that for the peatland habitat restoration. It concludes that there would be 20 hectares of irreplaceable bog habitat lost. And irreplaceable in this context means that it would not repair in a short period of time. So to replace bog habitat takes time. And that this would be offset by restoration of 200 hectares of degraded bog habitat elsewhere. In addition to that, there would be habitat creation in the form of some tree planting, scrub, hedge and grassland planting. Mitigation would be secured via a habitat management plan, a construction environmental management plan, and in relation to risks to Atlantic salmon, the suds and watercourse buffer protection would ensure the integrity of the River Creed, and in relation to otter, pre-construction surveys would be carried out and a species protection plan put in place, which would be overseen by the Environmental Ecological Clerk of Works. And the conclusion that following the application of and delivery of the mitigation, including cumulative effects, there will be no residual significant effects remaining that couldn't be mitigated against, therefore concluded it was policy compliant. And again, while these issues are material, there is no weight given for or against in relation to this particular effect. Ornithology has a dedicated section covered again in some detail between sections 10.206 and 10.255 of the report. The information was set out in Chapter 8 of the EIA report, and that was supported by a number of appendices, including some confidential appendices. Examination and advice was provided by Nature Scot. All sensitive ornithological species were identified either by desktop study, ornithological field study, and vantage point surveys. Hen harrier nest was identified within what is the likely disturbance zone. Mitigation has been identified and includes ongoing pre-construction vantage point surveys, ground nest surveys, and there are a series of conditions proposed to implement the implementation of embedded mitigation, and a series of plans, including general environmental management plans, species protection plans, construction environmental management plan, and the monitoring of the site by an environmental social ecological clerk of works. Nature Scot provided advice. They were satisfied that the residual effects upon ornithological species could be reduced to non-significance following, assuming mitigation was adhered to. It's therefore assessed as policy compliant, and while material, again, does not weigh for or against the development. Chapter 9 of the EIA report covers hydrology and hydrogeology. The assessment of that is set out in paragraphs 10.256 to 10.293. Ultimately, the majority of the site drainage is anticipated to flow to the River Creed. There is a flood risk assessment carried out. The potential of flood risk from the site is considered to be low. This was examined by SEPA, who are responsible for protection of the water environment, Comhairle building standards, and also environmental health in relation to private water supplies. There's a series of mitigation measures proposed, including drainage strategy, which has been designed, the use of sustainable drainage system and attenuation basins during both construction and following operation. There's a detailed pollution prevention plan, which will be incorporated within the construction environmental management plan. SEPA would provide oversight in terms of construction site licence, and there's also an environmental clerk of works. Again, following application of mitigation, no significant residual impacts identified, assessed as policy compliant, and while material, the weight given is not for or against the development. Geology and soils, covered in paragraphs 10.294 to 10.348. There have been a significant number of representations received in relation to the matter of peat and carbon-rich soils on account of the site being underlain by peat soil. Just for the benefit of members, Chapter 10 of the EIA report was supported by a host of technical appendices. So these include a peat depth survey report, which I'll say a bit more about. It was, following a holding objection by SEPA, it was reissued as part of the strategic environmental, as part of the supplementary environmental information. An outline peat management plan has been submitted, a peat landslide hazard risk assessment, a peat carbon emissions assessment, and also a geology and soils method of assessment. If I can go to the peat depth survey report, following the reissue of the report, a total of just over 10,000 peat probes were carried out across the site, and 50 cores were taken in order to establish the character of the peat across the site. And that's to identify which is the fibrous top layer of peat, which is obviously contains less water and is less sensitive, and the wet peat that sits below that. 54% of the peat probes identified depths of penetration that exceeded 1 metre. The calculations that were carried out following the updated assessment concluded that there was an estimated 480,000 cubic metres of peat to be excavated. And I just felt it was important to say a bit about the hierarchy that has been established in planning policy in relation to how peat and carbon-rich soils are to be addressed. So the first principle of that hierarchy is that, so far as possible, developments should avoid areas of deep peat. That avoidance is illustrated the site, given the extensive areas of peat on the Isle of Lewis. Avoidance was not wholly possible, but SEPA have worked with the developer to ensure that, so far as it is possible, the areas of deep peat have been avoided by removing one of the major construction platforms, by moving some of the infrastructure around, including some of the drainage basins that are proposed, and the conditions which I'll take members to illustrate how some of that is to be secured through condition. The peat hierarchy then goes on to, if you're not able to avoid, you have to minimise. And then the next stages of the hierarchy is that you reuse, you restore, and you offset. A draft peat management plan has been prepared. Again, that has been subject to advice by SEPA. Site layout amendments are proposed and to be captured by condition. And the peat management plan requires to be updated further as the design is developed. There is no extant objection from SEPA as the main advisor on peat matters, and therefore, in relation to the peat depth peat management plan, it was found to be policy compliant. Staying with peat, the other areas that were assessed is the need for a peat landslide and hazard risk assessment. Again, it's a fairly specialist, very highly technical, very specialist area of work, and we commissioned Ironside Farrar, who are specialists in this field, to carry out an independent examination of this landslide hazard and risk assessment. They concurred with the findings that there is a low risk on the Arnish Moor, the part of the site that will be developed, but some medium risk on the Creed North. They sought only minor update, which to the peat landslide risk assessment, and concluded that the mitigation strategy proposed is satisfactory. There have been a lot of representations over peat carbon emissions, and again, it's a very technical piece of area of work. And again, we commissioned independent advice, again carried out by Ironside Farrar, a different division of that company, to examine the peat carbon assessment that had been submitted. There is a difference in opinion between the applicant and the consultants on the assessment approach, or rather, maybe it would be fairer to say, like, on the extent of the assessment. But regardless of the methodology or the assessment, it's acknowledged that in terms of direct impact, the proposed development of the site being on peat will result in a carbon cost. But there is peat restoration is proposed, and indirectly the transmission infrastructure itself would contribute, as identified by NPF4, to achieving Scotland and the UK's climate change targets, and therefore in the round lead to a net benefit in terms of carbon. Further, SSAN highlight, and it is the case, that while National Planning Framework 4 does require a net gain in carbon to be demonstrated, it doesn't require that, it does not require that a net gain in carbon be demonstrated, but it does require it to be assessed, and it has been assessed. In terms of geology, the assessment confirms the presence of suitable rock, Louisian gneiss, as the underlying the site. The conditions are seeking, like a bottom pit plan, be submitted for further consideration, along with a blasting method statement, and also looks for a reinstatement proposal for these sites post the rock being won. Therefore, following application of the mitigation, no significant residual impacts, including cumulative, identified, assessed as policy compliant. We assessed that while it was material, the weight given has not weighed for or against in terms of the assessment, in terms of the assessment and recommendation that we as officers have provided for you. Noise and vibration, another critical piece of assessment in relation to the development, and that's set out in paragraphs 10.349 to 10.395. It's covered in chapter 11 of the EIA report, and it's supplemented by some technical assessments in the forms of appendices. So there's been a construction phase noise impact assessment and an operational noise impact assessment. These were examined by ourselves and also by the Cornish Environmental Health Team, and there's a series of mitigation measures proposed there. Hours of operation are limited. Noise limits have been set during the construction. There's a requirement for the construction noise mitigation plan to be updated once further design information is available. There are noise limits set for the operational phase of the development if approved, if the application is approved and the site is development. There is also a requirement for mitigation by design, and that includes the proposal to place the plant inside buildings which would have acoustic properties. And then there are separate requirements for blasting conditions, vibration limits set for blasting. Again, following the application of the mitigation measures have been set out, no significant residual impacts remain. It's assessed that subject to the conditions, it will become policy compliant, and again, no weight is given by officers for or against the development. Traffic and transport, again, dealt with in detail in the report, set out in paragraphs 10.396 to 10.462. This is chapter 12 of the EIA report, and it has been subject to examination and advice both by the Comhairle Roads and Bridges section and also in detail by Transport Scotland. The EIA advanced mitigation in the form of a construction traffic management plan and an abnormal load route assessment. Transport Scotland carried out a review and advised of a series of conditions that they required. These to include the update of the abnormal load route assessment and also required consultation with a number of other transport bodies, including Calback, Stornoway Port Authority, Transport Scotland and our own Roads Department. In addition to the construction traffic management plan, we are recommending that a wear and tear agreement be entered into between the Comhairle and the development under section 96 of the Roads Scotland Act. So that is kind of separate from planning, but it would nevertheless be a legal agreement in order that any damage to road surfaces could be secured. The EIA concluded that there would be no significant impacts subject to provision of mitigation in the form of construction traffic management plan. Our own assessment concluded that despite the mitigation proposed by a construction traffic management plan, that there would be significant effects, albeit in a very localised section of the Lochs Road, particularly between the Arnish Road end and where the access is proposed into the site opposite the Lochside Arena. And therefore a condition is proposed that requires a scheme of local road improvement. We took the view that that was necessary in order for the development to be policy compliant. The issues therefore plus the material. We considered that there was still a negative aspect there, so we gave some weight to that, due weight to that, and carried it into the planning balance. There were then a series of other topics which were assessed, which were sat out with the EIA on account of them having been scoped out or not through EIA topics. They're covered in paragraphs 10.463 to 10.529. So they were placemaking, water and wastewater, dealing with waste, socio-economic strategy. These were all assessed. And again, no weight was given for or against those in coming to our planning balance and recommendation. Other matters that were assessed, health and safety. There were representation comments to do with fire risk and the capacity of emergency services. The applicant provided a response to that, which has been made available on the planning portal. There is a condition to secure a rerouting of some telecommunications links that would be impacted on account of the height of the buildings. aviation impacts were assessed following consultation with each of the aviation stakeholders, so that's the Met Office, NATS, HIAL and the MOD. Impacts on housing, public transport and on and off island health services are addressed in the report, and there is also reference to concerns that were raised on procedural elements, in particular in relation to community engagement and consideration of cumulative effects. And then finally, sections 11 and 12 of the report cover the overall assessment, our conclusion and the reasoning. It brings together all the issues that have been discussed above and the conclusions of the EIA that potential likely significant effects were identified for a small number of topics. However, for the majority of these, that mitigation measures would, including embedded mitigation, would reduce these effects to non-significant. Our assessment largely concurs with the conclusions of the EIA report in that there would be localised landscape and visual effects, and some significant residual effects would remain. And on traffic and transport, we concluded that there would be some highly localised but significant residual effects on a very short section of the Lochs Road. So, in terms of the conclusion, it is concluded that the limited localised harm of landscape and traffic and transport are outweighed by the significant weight afforded by the national level policy support to upgrade the transmission network and to facilitate future renewable energy connections, provide connections to the wider electricity network and to contribute to the Scottish Government's net zero targets. As I said at the start of the presentation, there is a schedule of recommended conditions. These number 30 conditions, and if I can take members to the schedule of conditions. So first of all, there are two different categories or types of condition within this schedule. So first of all, the matters specified by conditions. So they're covered by conditions 1, 2 and 3, and in particular condition 3, which is set out in parts 3A and part 3B. Matters specified in conditions, as I said at the start of the presentation, are matters that are the subject of an application, a formal application for matters specified in conditions. That requires further consultation, further assessment, and would be the subject of matters that would be brought in the form of a report with recommendation before the Comhairle for decision. The condition 3 is structured to accommodate the phasing request of the developer. So part 3A deals with the enabling works. So that would be the earthworks and groundworks that would be necessary to create the accesses and the development platforms and the construction phase drainage layout. So that's basically to create the flat building platform. And there are a series of, within 3A, a series of matters that require to be submitted for further approval to be brought before the Comhairle for that phase. 3B has potential for a single application or a potential for two applications for the buildings that would be erected on the AC platform or the buildings that would be erected on the HVDC platform. And again, there are a series of conditions that are recommended, or a series of matters that would require to be submitted, again, the subject of a report with recommendation to be brought before the Comhairle at the time that that is submitted. And they could either be submitted individually or together as one application. In addition to that, the bulk of the other conditions, mostly suspensive, are seeking to secure either further technical information, updated, finalised mitigation plans, or plans that would require to be submitted in that would be live documents that would be submitted at different stages through the project. They also seek to secure the appointment of various specialists who would oversee compliance. So that's like the Planning Conditions Monitoring Officer, the Environmental Ecological Clerk of Works, the Environmental Clerk of Works, Geotechnical Clerk of Works, and some general conditions that just state compliance with limits that have been identified through consultation. That concludes my presentation of the report, and I apologise for its length, but I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morag, and no need to apologise. You spoke in great detail and very informative presentation. So now I'm going to ask any members in the chamber or online, do they have any questions for Morag about the presentation and about the planning application? Members, first of all, Councillor Angus Morrison. Angus.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Morag, for that detailed presentation. My concern, and I had a concern from the very beginning, and I must say it is a concern, is road safety. As someone who's travelled on this stretch of road for 50 plus years, I see the problems this could cause. I will say at the outset, I am not against this development, but I am concerned about the road. And if you'll allow me 2 or 3 minutes just to take you through the lens of a driver coming south from Stornoway to talk you through the road. If we start at Arnish Road End, we come up a hill for a short distance of a few metres to on top of Blind Summit, where you've got the Macaulay Farm entrance. You then come down into a dip, which has got trees on both sides of the road, which is a frost hazard in the winter. You then come to the stretch of road where you come to the proposed entrance to the new development opposite the equestrian centre. You then come along a stretch of road which quite often, when there's heavy rain, floods. And that's close to the development site where it is. And I've seen numerous cars planing off the road and landing in the ditch at that stretch of road. You then come from there to the entrance to Creed Park, which has developed considerably over the years, where you have now developers in there as well as the refuse centre. You've got a lot of activity, cars, lorries coming off the road into that development. But the biggest concern is from that development to the top of Blind Summit, where I have seen sadly a fatality over the years on that bit of road. My concern is that it was going to stop traffic at the entrance to the proposed entrance to the site. The tailback is going to be immense. It's going to be huge. You already saw on the slide there with the drone footage, the volume of traffic in a matter of minutes that's on this road. If it's a traffic light management system or whatever it's going to be, the tailback is going to be so huge that traffic is going to start trying to speed to get either out of Stornoway into Stornoway, heading for that Blind Summit, which also has a cycle lane on it. The cycle lane comes to the end just below the Blind Summit. A lot of activity on this road, which has increased over the past few years. We have a lot of additional transport. We've got most of the bus tours coming from the deep water port now head towards Harris or towards the west side. Cyclists, numerous cyclists on the road. And if cyclists are on the road from where the proposed entrance is going to be, from what I can see, cars are not going to be able to overtake them till they're well over the top of that Blind Summit. It's not going to be safe for the cyclists. And I would appeal for, and I'm glad that department see the planning condition, that there would be more conditions coming to us at a future date. I would like to strengthen the case of the planning condition for road safety. Whether we look at the cycle lane extension, road improvements rather than a traffic management system. I noticed on the A9 recently when I was travelling on the A9, the development there, an additional lane's been built onto the road to mitigate traffic. And there's also been a roundabout built onto the road. where the traffic is, where the roadworks are. I would like all these considerations to be put in place, because I fear we're going to end up in a 4-year period. It's going to be chaos on that bit of road. And I would like some robust conditions built in, if I can, Morag, into the conditions that will come before us at a later date with the developer. I don't think it's a big ask for the developer. The developer has already spent considerable money on the areas around the sites, on the previous proposed site, reinstating that site. I don't think it'll be a big ask to try and get another bit of road developed and the cycle lane extended for road safety to mitigate any fears I have and concerns, because believe you me, there has been quite a lot of accidents. Even most recently, there was an SSEN 4x4 lorry which crossed the carriageway for some unknown reason at the bottom of the Blind Summit and landed in the ditch with oncoming traffic coming on the Blind Summit. That's one of the most recent ones. There have been numerous other accidents on that Stretcher Road. It's a Stretcher Road that leads to just 1 mile plus a few hundred metres, not a huge Stretcher Road, but I would appeal for the developer to take that into consideration going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morrison. Morag, do you want to answer these points, please, from Councillor Morrison?
Thank you, Convener. I'll maybe just refer to the conditions that have been proposed on road safety matters. So first of all, under condition 3, the matters requiring further approval. First of all, condition 3 itself states that no development shall commence until the details listed in the parts A or parts B have been submitted for approval in writing by the Comhairle, and once approved, they're carried out in accordance with the details. And part B, 3B, part 11 requires that a scheme will be brought forward by the developer, a scheme of sustainable travel and road carriageway improvements, incorporating a phased programme for delivery during the construction phase of the development. Such scheme to be developed in consultation with the Comhairle's Assets, Roads and Bridges section, and include options for vertical and horizontal realignment, potential widening or upgrade of parts of the carriageway impacted by this proposed development, and options for provision of a refuge lane for cycling. In addition to that, condition 14 requires a construction traffic management plan, again, which will be brought forward for examination by the Comhairle's Roads and Bridges section, and also consultation with Transport Scotland and the CalMac. And under normal conditions, 15, 16 and 17 cover abnormal loads, including an updated abnormal load route assessment. So, that has been covered by condition, and you may wish to bring in Al Mackenzie from Roads if you wish further comment on that.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Do you want to come in, Carl Mackenzie from?
I don't think I've got anything further to add to that.
Okay.
I share the concerns of members, and I think these have been reflected in what we can put in conditions at this planning stage. So nothing further to add, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Colin. Right, I've got Francis in the chamber. I've got the leader on Councillor Susan Thompson online, and I've got Councillor Norrie MacDonald wants to speak as well. So, Councillor Francis Murray, first of all.
Thanks very much, Convener. I'd like to recognise the huge amount of work which has obviously gone into this by the planning department, and anything I say subsequently is absolutely no criticism of them, as I think they have done a fantastic job here in pulling everything together. It's a criticism I have of the application. I want to be a wee bit English teacherish here and talk about the language of the report, and perhaps Maura can tell me if this is normal. I was very struck in reading it by the amount of qualified language in the report. By that I mean statements which aren't categorical and left me in doubt when I read it. For example, is it normal at this stage in a process to be seen the following? And I don't mean once or even twice, I mean over and over again throughout. Phrases like is likely to be, has the potential to be, may be, subject to, would be, could be, should be, can be, yet to be, predicted to be, means to be, and so on. And so that's the first thing that struck me. And the second thing that struck me in the language was what I felt was the huge amount of unknowns and gaps in the application. And I'll quote some of the phrases that struck me. No detailed design at this stage, based on assumption, not currently developing, is not clear, should be clear, unclear, lacks clarity, absence of, yet to be developed, makes it difficult, largely unknown, explore further, needs to be quantified, needs to be refined, needs to be assessed, needs to be reassessed, not explored in sufficient detail, not explored in any detail, did not offer a robust overview. And that, for such a huge development, so far-reaching, I wondered, is it normal to have that level of things not known? And is that reflected in the number of conditions that are attached? And finally, the language of the report again, I was struck by the number of times, and I'm going to be very, very English teacherish here, the passive rather than the active voice was used. It is proposed rather than we propose. It is advised rather than we advise, leaving me saying to myself, who then has that responsibility? How much of a demand has been made on the applicant on this very wide-ranging, important development? So that's a level of unsatisfaction I felt in the application, and I ask for some guidance on whether that is normal and to be expected.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. Morag, can I ask you to come in and reply to Councillor Murray's points, please?
So first of all, I'll deal with the predicted, likely, and other language which comes from EIA, and it is to do with, first of all, I mean, unusually for a development that's come before the Comhairle, this is a planning permission in principle, but it's also an EIA development. And a planning permission in principle would, ordinarily, be lacking in detail because it would be submitted to allow the developer to find out if, in principle, you could build a proposal on a site before expending like a lot of money to actually do a lot of investigation. But here it is a planning permission in principle, but it's also an environmental impact assessment development, where there are likely to be significant effects that require that an environmental impact assessment report be carried out before the application is determined. So there is still like a lot of design information that is absent, but the law requires, or EIA requires, that they assess based on a worst case predicted scenario. So it puts, in terms of buildings, it puts what's the maximum height it could be, what's the maximum area that could be impacted, what's the maximum noise that could be generated, what's the maximum traffic that could cause impacts. So everything is like at the maximum, and when you multiply maximums upon maximums, you get like a worst case scenario. And what therefore the conditions need to do is to set those kind of outside limits and secure the detail that takes away the kind of uncertainty, if you like, the kind of likely and the predicted, that all needs to be designed. So in this case, the developer has looked for a phased development. So they're looking for, first of all, this application in principle to be determined today. And if approved, they would move to the next stage, which would be the enabling and groundworks, and that would be designed into a greater level of detail than it has been already, with a view to hopefully further reducing the peat further reducing the construction noise, further reducing the traffic impacts. And that report would come back before the council. They would then look to be designing out the electrical plant that would go inside the buildings. And again, looking to try and reduce that height, reduce the noise, constantly refining down from the worst case scenario. And the crucial thing, the report is obviously written with my best English, which probably is not, it's possibly not higher English standard. But the crucial thing for this is the conditions, because it's the conditions that are the legal tender. That's what goes with the planning permission, and that's what the developer is bound by. So I would ask if there are concerns about the conditions that these be raised.
Okay, thank you very much. Molly, quite happy with that, Councillor Murray. Okay. Right, we'll now go online. Nolly, can you switch your light off, please? Can I ask the leader to come in? Councillor Paul Steele.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thanks, Maura, for the presentation. Covered a number of the points I was going to raise, but I still have a number of questions. So firstly, in Appendix 1, the schedule of proposed... Are you hearing me okay, Kenny? Sorry, just...
Absolutely loud and clear.
So in Appendix 1, the schedule of proposed conditions in relation to Condition 10, the peat management plan, the opening line states at least 1 month prior to commencement of development, an updated peat management plan shall be submitted for written approval to the Planning Authority in consultation with SEPA. There's been a lot of concern, obviously, raised about the permanent destruction of Class 1 peatland in the correspondence we've had. And I'm to an extent reassured to note that there's a proposal to compensate the peatland that will be permanently lost by a ratio of 1 to 10. It seems like positive offsetting that. However, there's going to be a lot of carbon potentially released into the atmosphere, affecting the carbon balance of this development. And we've also heard about concerns relating to fine particulates that could affect air quality and the need for assessment. So based on the concerns around peat, carbon balance and fine particulates, can you advise who will be analysing these things if the development proceeds? The independent advice that you mentioned in the presentation has assessed what it could be, but is there a requirement to monitor it, either by SEPA or some other independent advisor if it proceeds? And do you think that getting the plan 1 month prior to commencement is enough time to consider whether the conditions have been met? I do have another few questions, Convener, so is it okay to come back to them individually?
Yes, that's fine. No bother at all. Maura, do you want to come in there, please?
So maybe I'll deal with the easy one first of all. At least 1 month prior. It's at members' discretion. That could be increased to 2 months. Basically, what will have to happen when this peat management plan comes in, we will consult SEPA on it, because SEPA are our principal advisor on the management of peat and the peat restoration proposals. So SEPA will provide that advice. In relation to peat landslide and hazard and risk assessment, we would return to the consultants that we appointed for that further advice, and also in relation to the carbon calculation, which the last bullet in Condition 10 seeks that they be updated. In terms of monitoring that, there is obviously a proposal that the Environmental Clerk of Works will monitor anything that is covered in plan, and the Planning Conditions Monitoring Officer will monitor that on site. There is a requirement for, in terms of dust and air emissions were not classed as a potentially significant effect, and therefore were not assessed through the EIA process. Nevertheless, there is a requirement in following examination by environmental health that there is an extensive dust mitigation plan and dust suppression put in place in order that whether it be particles from dry peat or particles from stone are contained within the limits of the site. And more generally, air quality is a SEPA matter. And SEPA do have a kind of broad remit for, in addition to water quality, to air quality monitoring. But there isn't a condition requiring air quality monitoring on account of not having been considered to be a significant effect.
Okay, thank you very much. Morak, do you want to ask your
Yeah, if that's
other
okay, thank
questions,
you.
Leader, please? Aye.
Yeah,
Carry on.
I think what I kind of covered this, but in Appendix 3, SEPA issued a holding objection in April and they withdrew it on 15th of August, subject to the planning conditions set out in Appendix 1. There's obviously a presumption against development on peatland, and I think you went through the different levels there, but can we be reassured that SEPA's decision and the conditions mean that they are content, subject to conditions being met, that their threshold proceed, the threshold to proceed with this development has been met? I think it's a yes. I think you said it already in your presentation, but I'm just making sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's my understanding. I mean, if SEPA weren't satisfied, they would not have withdrawn their objection.
Okay. Yeah.
And obviously they will have the, overview and examination and will, and if they're not happy with the revised peat management plan, they won't approve it. And obviously there is a condition that says you cannot commence until it's approved.
Okay.
Thank you. I got three more, convener, if that's okay.
All right, okay.
Yeah. So I think you touched on it yourself, the peat landslide hazard line. We saw a serious example of what goes wrong in Shetland with a video of how dangerous it can be. So I think that's a really important part of the condition. And I hope any lessons learned from there are applied to the reassurances in condition 10. The other situation I noted in Shetland last week was the Shetland Island Council ordered SSEN to replace concreted sections of the main road, giving them notices of defective reinstatement on 4 sections. During the predetermination hearing, we heard from representatives from North Lochs Community Council about the road safety, and just recently from Councillor Angus Morrison. And at 8.45 in the main report around traffic management plan, there's a lot of detail around what is expected of the plan, as well as conditions set out in the appendix. Condition 3B, I think, seems to address these concerns. But what assurances can we have that any work done will be to an acceptable standard and that we won't end up in the same situation as our colleagues in Shetland and having to issue notices? And what is the timescale you expect to be provided with a construction traffic management plan?
Okay, thank you very much, Leader. Morak, again.
Okay, so the construction traffic management plan is what would deal with effectively the kind of overall road safety transportation aspects of the construction phase. And that will be submitted in phases. So there will be like a version that will be submitted for the works that are proposed under phase 3A, the enabling works. And then a further, once it was known what plant and other materials are to be transported in the later phases, there will be a further update to that plan. But the first update will be required to be submitted and discharged prior to any development commencing. It obviously needs to come in. Roads Transport Scotland need to review it, so it needs to be submitted in sufficient time to allow that review and for it to be approved and the condition to be discharged. In relation to the potential damage and the caller requiring to seek remedy for damage to repair of the roads, separate to the construction traffic management plan, it's recommended that under the Road Scotland Act, a separate piece of legislation aside from planning, that there be a wear and tear agreement under section 96 of the Road Scotland Act, and that would be a matter for our colleagues in Roads and Bridges together with legal to set up that legal agreement with the applicant and for recovery of management and recovery of any damages to the road would happen through that process.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Are you quite happy with that, Leader?
Yeah, and I've just got 2 more, if that's okay.
All right. Can you make them brief? I'm giving you a lot of time.
Yeah, I'll try and put them together if that's okay. So, condition 24, socio-economic strategy, there's no time scale for that in the report. Community wealth building principles are mentioned, but I think it's really important that they're included in it. So can we go further on that? And the last one, I'll just try and put them together. We've been asked about the need for this project and cumulative impacts. I think what I covered in it in the presentation, the development plan NPF 4, and the fact it's classed as national development. So we can't decide on that as a material consideration today. The cumulative impact on consented and the unconsented developments, are they a material consideration? I don't think they are, but I think you clarified that in your report. But that's my 2 questions about the condition 24 socioeconomic strategy and just about the cumulative impact.
Okay, thank you, Leader Morag again.
Okay, so condition 24, the socioeconomic strategy, I'll cover that first of all. So that's like not an EIA topic. A strategy has been produced, it has been reviewed, and much more detailed strategy is sought by condition 24, that to be developed in consultation with our own economic development department and by Helens and Eilean's enterprise. The National Planning Policy 4 requires that a net economic assessment is carried out, but there is no guidance in planning as to how that would then be implemented. So the condition is there to secure the strategy. The implementation of it really is for to secure by Helens and Eilean's enterprise and colleagues in economic development. The cumulative impact assessment. So if I can just explain that briefly. So a cumulative impact assessment has to be set out at a moment in time. So when a developer is working on pulling together an environmental impact assessment, there comes a point where they have to freeze the design and freeze what other projects will be taken into account in the cumulative impact assessment. And these projects obviously need to be sufficiently developed in order to have the technical information available to allow them to carry out those cumulative impact assessments. So generally speaking, it is going to be developments that either have an EIA that has already been through the process and are either in the consenting process or have been consented, or perhaps ones that have been scoped where there is sufficient detail at the scoping, and many scopings come in very early stage and they do not provide the level of technical detail that would allow them to be incorporated in a cumulative impact assessment. So for this particular project, there were 4 or 5 cumulative developments, the main one being Stornoway Wind Farm on account of its near proximity and account of the height of the turbines, and therefore having cumulative visual and landscape effects, potentially traffic effects, cumulative. The Arnish Road upgrade is also a cumulative development, obviously low-lying, so no visual effects, but construction traffic effects. Ushinish, while consented, was deemed to be sufficiently remote to not be included in the cumulative impact assessment. Projects that are not yet consented can't be in the cumulative impact assessment. There are some referred to at high level, in the sense that they may have other infrastructure that is also close to, but beyond them being referred to at high level. In the conclusion of the EIA report, they can't be assessed for their cumulative effects at the point at which the EIA was prepared.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks for your patience. Yeah.
Not a problem, thank you. Who's next now? Councillor Susan Thompson online. Susan.
Thanks, Convener. Morag, as usual, the report is really comprehensive, but there's a lot of really technical information in there. And I just wondered if I could go through some of it for my understanding. At 6.42, it talks about incoming and outgoing connections. And they will be subject to further consenting regimes or undertaken under statutory undertaker permitted development rights. Does that to my mind speaks to this concern that people have about this salami slicing? Do these permitted development rights mean that we won't see these again, and that they're sort of already included in sort of tacit approval, if you like?
All right.
So maybe like a couple of things to cover there. So first of all, incoming and outgoing connections. So the radial connector, which forms part of the Western Isles link, is already consented by the marine through marine licensing. So that's a subsea cable that it's a radial connector, so it can both import and export power. So that's already consented. And when it reaches landfall at Arnish, the intention is that it would be led along the Arnish Road to where the HVDC is proposed. And while it's not explicit, there would be the Arnish Road improvement works, which are a cumulative impact development for the purpose of this, will include conduit through which the cable would be laid. So that underground cable, while it's permitted development, it is indirectly within the cumulative assessment for the Arnish Road upgrade. There are no overhead lines proposed for this particular project. There are obviously elements of this that are also on the mainland, and they're the subject of a separate consenting regime through the Scottish, through the Energy Consents Unit, and the Highland Council.
Mm-hmm.
But insofar as this application is concerned, the applicant has prepared an environmental impact assessment with cumulative developments, and we're satisfied that the cumulative impacts that have been assessed are sufficient for the purposes of this project.
Okay, thanks for that. I have a few more, convener.
Okay.
At 10.8, it talks about how this supports delivery that Ofgem, the regulator, has established the ASTI framework, and I think it's fortuitous that Ofgem have been mentioned here. It's a good opportunity again to highlight that fuel poverty in the Western Isles is particularly high, and the current arrangements around pricing are exacerbating that. And since Ofgem are involved in the report, I wanted to take that opportunity to highlight that again. That Ofgem have it within their gift to change that structure. I don't necessarily expect a response from anyone. I just wanted to highlight it. At 10.9, NPF 4 talks about the strategic need to support these applications, and while I absolutely am on board with that, I just feel it's important that we have some balance in there. It's our responsibility, I think, to balance that against the needs of our communities. And when I looked at the socioeconomic impacts, I was struck by just how low the figure was of what we thought direct benefit to the Western Isles would be. I think there was a figure of 3.1 million was suggested, and 29 annual job hours. And I just wondered if you could give me a bit more information about what these job hours means. Is that 29 full-time equivalent jobs on the Western Isles as a result of this application?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Morag.
What section of the report? It escapes me. And maybe that maybe like
Anne, do you want to come in there?
Yeah, I think looking at the work that was done by ADIP, I think it was, on the socioeconomic assessment that they did, it was 29 job years. Not, was it hours that you'd highlighted it as?
It was job years, but I don't understand what that means.
It's just the way that they calculate. I would need to provide you with a more detailed breakdown of what that means.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have further questions, Susan?
Just one. If we could go back to addressing the presumption against building on peatland, which has been raised by many of objectors to the proposal, particularly the points that it's acceptable only if there's no alternative and if public benefit is overwhelming. There's quite a lot to unpack there, and there's a lot of subjectivity. And I just wondered if you could help me to unpack that and understand the subjectivity, particularly round about, is there no alternative and who decides? Is that SSEN that decides there's not an alternative? And the definition of overwhelming public benefit, if that is indeed what the presumption says.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Morag, can you come in there?
So first of all, in order to demonstrate no alternative, the developer has to provide evidence that they have looked at all options, and in this case, they have demonstrated that by carrying out like a site options approach. So they have looked at 8 different sites in the round, and they have satisfied SEPA that, having explored all of these 8 options, that this site is, I suppose, the least worst in terms of impact. So the wording, the
overwhelming
public benefit, where is that taken from?
That was in the objections. It was in lots of the objections that there was a presumption against building in peatland unless there was demonstrated no alternative and that public benefit was overwhelming.
Yeah, so that wording is not familiar to me in terms of NPF 4. So it's a void. And then once the avoidance is tested fully, and it has been by SEPA, then you move to minimise, mitigate, offset. So that's what the policy. That's what the policy test. That's what the policy test. So that wording is not familiar to me.
Okay, so we don't know of anything that's where it says that public benefit of building on peat has to be overwhelming.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm conscious of the time, and others have meetings shortly that they need to attend. So what I'm going to do is I am going to adjourn the meeting, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock, and the Community Safety Board will be delayed to whenever we're finished here. So sorry about that, but others have to attend another very important meeting as well. So see you back at 2 o'clock. Is that all right with everyone? Yes, I hear. No bother.
Most of those points out.
Your mic's gone, Ronald.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. We're waiting for a couple of people, so we'll be a few minutes before we start. All right, so everyone has to be in for the whole meeting. So we'll be fair to everyone that some are delayed due to being at another meeting. So we'll wait for them to come in, and then we will restart the meeting. Okay, then we're ready to resume the meeting. So we finished off at members were asking questions. Last member to speak was Councillor Susan Thompson. I've got another 3 members wanting to ask questions. So the first one is Councillor Norrie MacDonald. Norrie.
Yeah, thanks. I've kind of lost every thread I had, and fourth in the queue. I think most of the questions are probably redundant anyway. I'd like to thank Morag for her weekend's work. I'm sure she was busy. It's been a Herculean task. I'm sure she was dark of hair before she started it. But I think the whole of the planning department who have stepped in when Morag's taken this on her own and been seconded to it, I think the whole planning department deserve credit for producing such a professional, highly professional report. It's incredible, the detail. I'm only glad she didn't go through the conditions and read them all out, just because we'd be probably here till Christmas dinner next week. I'm going to go over a couple of things that have already been covered. Road safety, I agree with Councillor Morrison. We can seek confirmation that the relevant planning condition prevents SSEN from starting work until the construction traffic management plan has been agreed by the Comhairle Transport Scotland, CMAL, Police Scotland, Stornoway Port Authority, etc. Aren't all the cards in our own hands when it comes to what safety measures we'd like to see in that CTMP? Community benefit. Is it not the case that the planning condition prevents SSEN from starting work until the Comhairle and HIE have agreed a socio-economic strategy submitted by SSEN containing a community benefit plan of a scale that members are happy with? I think that's been covered as well. The cards are in our hands again. I mean, what's the cash value of the SSEN legacy housing for the community contribution? I think it's in the order of 20 to 30 million. Would you not think that this could be viewed as significant hidden community benefit, regardless of any commitments SSEN have already made? Some have called for a delay to enable the production of stronger planning conditions, but I don't think these conditions could be any stronger. We've effectively got a veto on the commencement of work until we have the satisfactory guarantees and assurances from SSEN. So we know they're on a tight timescale to produce and finish this by 2030, and forced delay could probably effectively mean refusal of the project. And there are a lot of things hanging on the back of it. There's various deliberations we're involved with just now with on various other committees and commitments we have towards how we maximise not just community benefit, but working towards the eradication of fuel poverty across several different strategies we've identified within the Comhairle over the past 20 years. So, I think the power of work that's been done here by Morag and the planning team is fantastic. But I think she's ensured within the conditions that we've got that we have the strings to pull should we not be happy with any aspect of it. And as alluded to by several other members, the conditions, we need to be confident that the conditions that we can apply will be applied so that we're happy with what it is we're looking to seek to achieve, particularly the effect of roads, as Councillor Morrison alluded to. I would like to ask, and I probably know the answer to the question as well, is it because of the timescales between the Arnish Road getting developed and Stornoway, Deepwater Port South link span, that couldn't have been used as an alternative? If it could have been, I'm pretty sure it would have been on here in front of us. So that is it a timescale delay? Because I'm sure that would have alleviated some of the road works or the road impact that's going to happen going down the current route. I'm sure you're going to tell me no, that it doesn't fit in with the timescales that we've already identified for the work that's happening out there, Morag. So I'm sorry to ask you a question, maybe that's already redundant.
Okay, thanks, Norrie. Morag?
Yeah, the proposal is to use both the Irish Road, principally the Irish Road, but there will be an inevitable.
I have an amendment written out that I can read out and then seek a seconder. And if a seconder is successfully sought, I would like to ask for the time-out protocol to ensure my amendment follows the planning regulations. Okay, so my amendment is that this council agrees to defer determination of application 25/00061/PPPM and impose a moratorium on the issuing of any decision notice until the following material planning considerations have been satisfactorily addressed and reported back to the full council. 1. The transport assessment has been updated to address Transport Scotland's observations, specifically the inclusion of A857 construction traffic heading to Stornoway Ferry Terminal in the CTMP, assessment of environmental effects on trunk road links, and the assessment of cumulative environmental effects on trunk road links. 2. The peat management plan and carbon balance assessment have been revised to incorporate the independent verifier's recommendations, including consideration of reduced carbon fixing potential and drainage impacts, and reassessment of temporary areas as directly impacted. 3. Heads of terms for a Section 75 legal agreement have been finalised and executed, and that an updated strategy is sought by condition as recommended by the Comhairle Economic Development Department, and addressing the 860 formal objections calls for proportionate developer contributions to mitigate cumulative industrialisation, peat destruction, road safety and ornithological impacts. And finally, a further round of public consultation has been undertaken on the revised documents listed above, responding to the number of 860 formal objections, including those on salami slicing of planning, lack of cumulative impact assessment, risks to the River Creed, and confirmed breeding of red-listed bird species, and the community concerns raised by Sandwick and North Lochs community councils. Thanks. And
Okay,
I would seek
before I ask for a second, Councillor Macaulay had a slide on as well. So, Councillor Macaulay.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask a question, or two questions now. Thank you again, Mona, for all the work that's always been done by yourself and the department. Going back to the Norman's question, can I ask a question on that first? You said that all the peat was going to remain on site. Does that mean it's all going to be retained on the Arnie side of the road, or is it, when you say site, do you mean the two sites on either side of the road? But my other question was, when you say something is a low risk, when something is categorised by the department as a low risk, such as the flooding of the Creed, it's categorised as a low risk. Can you put a percentage on that? Is that possible? What exactly? I mean, is a low and very low and extremely low, or is, you know what I mean? What kind of percentage can you put on that? It might help me understand it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macaulay. Morag, you come up again.
So in terms of flood risk assessment, the kind of CPAC categories are high, medium and low. So that's how flood risk mapping is prepared. It's kind of like they have different categories of risk in terms of, so like say like a 1 in 200 year flood risk. It's medium flood risk. In this case, a flood risk assessment was carried out and submitted as part of the application. And the assessment of the conclusions of that flood risk assessment was that both the risks of the development being flooded and causing flooding were low. One of the plans that was showed that there is a stream to the north of the site and to the south of the site. Both of those are fairly small streams, and they both lead into Creed fairly close to its mouth. The pools on the Creed that are more sensitive are on the main River Creed tributary and are higher up the river. Going back to, I did omit to respond to the point that was made about the Creed earlier. So there was like a proper survey carried out of the salmon. The sort of pools on the Creed. So they looked at salmon, lamprey, and another species in the Creed, freshwater pearl mussels. That survey is classed as a piece of confidential information because it deals with protected species, but it was reviewed by Nature Scott, and no concerns were raised. The pollution management plan that they have to put in place means that they need to ensure that the buffers to the watercourse are maintained and that the drainage is managed to ensure that both during construction and if consented and built, that no pollution would enter the Creed. I don't know if that answers.
I'm quite happy with these answers, yeah.
Yes, so I don't think the first question was, sorry, when you said the peat was going to be kept on site. Sorry, I threw that in the beginning. Does that mean it's all going to be on the Arnie side of the road, are going to be taken over?
That is as yet unknown. The EIA, when the application was submitted, it presumes that some of the peat would be taken over to the Creed North side of the site, and the site plan that I showed an access track along what was the former railway line and an area of peat restoration on either side of that line. So potentially some peat could be taken to the other side of the road. SSEN are in ongoing discussions with SEPA, and they obviously wish to minimise the amount of peat that they do have to move to the other side of the road, because in order to maintain lock in its carbon and ensure it remains in a wet state, it's easier to manage. It's easier to protect the peat if they're able to restore, if they're able to reuse it as soon as possible after removing it. So that is all still got to be finalised through the peat management plan. But the assessment that was carried out assumed that some peat would go to the other side of the road.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Macaulay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go round again. Does any member in the chamber or online want to ask any more questions before we go back to Councillor Gordon Murray's amendment? Anyone want to ask any further questions? Councillor Angus McCall, sorry, Angus.
That's all right. Thank you, Convener. I just would like to have some clarification. This is not a final planning decision that we're taking today. Is that correct? Does that mean it has to come back to us at some point in the future?
Laura.
So this is an application for planning permission in principle, but it is the planning permission. So what will come back to the council is the matters that are specified in condition 3 under parts 3A and 3B. So, as I mentioned earlier, the planning permission in principle is limited by the conditions that are in the schedule, and the matters specified are not a further planning application, but they are a formal application that does require to be assessed and come back before the council. But this is the planning permission, albeit in principle.
May I ask a further?
Yes.
If we don't take a decision today to approve the planning permission in principle, am I right in thinking that the matter will then be called in by the Scottish Government and we will have no further control over the conditions that we are currently considering?
Borak.
So it is the case that if the council either were to refuse the application or were to decline to determine it, the applicant could appeal to the Scottish Government. It would be their choice. they could appeal to the Scottish Government either against a refusal, or they could appeal on conditions that they found unsatisfactory, or they could appeal on non-determination. And if that were the case, Scottish ministers would then be obliged to determine the application, and they would normally do that through appointment of a reporter.
Thank you very much. You're quite happy with the
I am, but does that mean that you have to make a ruling on the proposed amendment then? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, that's the purpose of the timeout protocol, Councillor McConnell. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go back to Councillor Gordon Murray. Gordon Murray he's putting forward an amendment. He's proposing it. We're looking now for a seconder to Councillor Murray's amendment. Anyone going to second Councillor Murray's amendment?
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Councillor
I just feel that we need more answers, even at the stage. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor John Norman MacLeod is seconding it, so I'll ask Deddy to go through the process. Do the planning officers have any questions about the amendment? If not, we can go to the timeout protocol. And so we'll adjourn for... Sorry, Morag, come in.
I think it would be useful to, first of all, just if we were able to read the if we were able to just have it before us, because our view is that, I mean, scribbled very quickly what Councillor Murray said, but I'm not convinced that the motion is competent.
Okay, so timeout protocol will take 15-20 minutes. So back here at 10 to 3, please. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay, so for those listening in online, we haven't started the meeting yet. They're still on the timeout protocol, and it's now back at 3 o'clock. So it will probably be, I don't know, another 10 minutes maybe before we restart. So anyone online, don't panic. You haven't been cut off accidentally or deliberately or whatever you think. So once we resume the meeting, you'll hear us. Okay. So we start the meeting. We've had all the members asking questions, and they were answered by Morag Ferguson, the planning manager. So the next thing is there's obviously the recommendation is in the report, but we've also had an amendment proposed by Councillor Gordon Murray and seconded by Councillor John Norman MacLeod. All members have been circulated with a copy of the amendment. Manager to come in.
Just to clarify, in the first bullet point under section 1, it should be 8859 rather than 8857. So apologies for that. Okay.
So I'm proposing the recommendations in the report, the conditions set out in Appendix 1 to this report, and also the provision of a wear and tear agreement under Section 96 of the Roads Scotland Act 1984, under which the developer will be responsible for the repair of any damage to the local road network attributable to construction-related traffic. And I have a seconder in the name of the leader.
Yeah, I'll second. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's also been as I said, an amendment put forward by Councillor Gordon Murray, seconded by Councillor John Norman MacLeod. That right, Councillor Murray?
Yeah, that's correct. Do you want me to read it out?
You can read it out, yes.
Okay, thank you, Convener. That this council agrees to defer determination of application 25/00061/PPPM until the following material planning considerations 1 and 2, and furthermore 3, have been satisfactorily addressed and reported back to the full council. 1. The transport assessment has been updated to address Transport Scotland's observations, specifically inclusion of 859 construction traffic heading to Stornoway Ferry Terminal in the CTMP, assessment of effects on road links and assessment of cumulative effects on road links. 2. The peat management plan and carbon balance assessment have been revised to incorporate the independent verifiers' recommendations, including consideration of reduced carbon fixing potential and drainage impacts, and reassessment of temporary areas as directly impacted. And 3, until the developer has submitted a comprehensive socio-economic strategy underpinned by the principles of community wealth building for the written approval of the planning authority in consultation with Comhairle nan Eilean Siar Economic Development and Highlands and Islands Enterprise. The strategy will detail A, actions and targets to build capacity within the local workforce, including training programmes, apprenticeships and partnerships with the UHI Northwest and Hebrides and other local partners in order to maximise local employment secured through the development. B, actions and targets to support locally supply chain engagement and development, including through progressive procurement policies in order to retain spend locally during the development. C, how SSEN will work with its Tier 1 and Tier 2 contractors in respect of A and B. D, development of a local community benefit fund and the community engagement proposals around this. And E, arrangements for monitoring and reporting the implementation of the socio-economic strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. And just to confirm, Councillor John Norman MacLeod, you're seconding. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor MacLeod. Any other further amendments? Online, is there anyone wanting to put forward an amendment online? There's no one in the chamber apart from Councillors Murray and MacLeod. No one online? Okay, so we will go. Do we go to a debate or a vote? Straight to a vote. Sorry.
I'd like a debate, please.
Okay, so is it favoured to have a debate rather than straight to a vote? Right, well, can we? Yeah, well, proposer and seconders, yeah. And then just go straight to a vote. Okay, that's fine. So the order of the debate shall be the mover of the motion, which is myself, and then the mover of the amendment, seconder of the motion, and then the seconder of the amendment. Do we do something up as well, Derek? Yes, yeah. Okay. And then unless anyone else wants to speak, we'll go straight to the vote. Okay, then, so we have been given a presentation, very detailed presentation today for the SSEN application. And I think, we all had questions. A lot of our constituents had questions about this application. A lot of members had questions, and I think Morag Ferguson has answered all the questions satisfactorily this afternoon. Just anyone who was concerned about certain aspects of this planning application, I think Morag has answered the questions very well. So I am quite happy to put forward this motion. Councillor Gordon-Murray.
Thank you, Convener. I know that it's been quite a long session, so I won't speak for too long. I'd like to first thank the planning officer and legal and democratic services for helping us make the amendment competent. So all I have to say is that what we've done here with this amendment, myself and Councillor MacLeod, is all about community empowerment. These concerns have been highlighted here in the chamber, some of them, and also through the correspondence that we've received. And I would particularly like to draw your attention to item 3, which is a condition 24 in the original report. Now, what I'm trying to do is I want this strategy to be agreed before we give planning permission, if that is to be agreed. So it gives us a lot of strength to go back to our communities, the stakeholders and us as members to see a socio-economic strategy that's fit for purpose and that doesn't leave anyone behind. So I would ask members to have a deep think about this and support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Murray. I'll now ask on the leader as the seconder of the motion to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Convener, and again thanks to Morag and our team. I think excellent presentation and really good discussion. I think we gave her the time today to go through the details. I think the most important part of the presentation and the paper we have in front of us are the conditions. So before it proceeds in any way, shape or form, conditions have to be met. And I believe the majority, in fact, I think all of the items raised in the amendment are already included in the conditions. So I think the fact that our team have been through that and their recommendation is for approval. So I'm quite happy and I'm content that nothing will proceed. I agree with the points that Councillor Murray is making. I don't think deferring is going to change that at all. I think the fact that we'll see these conditions coming before us again before we move on, before anything happens, I think I'm content with the recommendation as it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Leader. Councillor John MacLeod, as the seconder of the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. And yes, I totally agree with that. Morag did answer the questions very well today. Basically, when I was hearing us talk about etc. and going through the report, we've got to remember this is huge. It's going to be a major, big development in the Western Isles if it goes ahead. But we've got to sort of think about our constituents and all. And there were a lot of objections to it, whether material or not, to the planning side of things. But we've got to listen to them. And to me, I think there was I find too many conditions for us to go back on. So just basically that, you're sort of agreeing in principle, yes, but maybe we should have another meeting, sort of going in for principal planning. if that's possible. And basically, just to give people a chance to get more answers from the developer, etc. And some of the questions that were asked today that couldn't be answered, just to get them to another meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor MacLeod. So unless any other member wants to ask any questions, we'll just go to the summing up. Anyone online? No one online, no one in the chamber, so we'll just sum up. So it's proposer of the amendment first, is it? Okay, Councillor Susan Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. I just couldn't get my hand up fast enough there. It's just to understand the process. It was mentioned earlier that this could go to the reporter if it's not approved today. Does this amend this pause that the amendment is asking for? Does that mean that the applicant could do that process? That we could lose control of this whole process if the amendment goes ahead?
Okay, I'll ask Morag Ferguson, the planning manager, to come in and answer that one. Morag?
Yes, it is the case that if the council decide to defer and not determine the application, that it is within the applicant's gift to then appeal on the grounds of non-determination to Scottish ministers, and Scottish ministers process once it goes there would then be for Scottish ministers to appoint a reporter to deal with the determination.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Morag. That's very clear. Thank you, Susan, for asking that question. So anyone else got any questions to ask before we do the summing up and then go to the vote? Okay, no questions in the chamber, no questions online. So it's the mover of the amendments first. Yeah, so Councillor Murray first.
Thank you, Convener. Just picking up that last question, if that was the case, there'd be real questions over the local democracy that we're almost forced to make decisions with that hanging over us. The other thing I was going to say in response to the leader's comments, what the amendment has been picked up by the report, that there are missing items, there are gaps, and what we are saying is that these gaps are filled before we make any decisions. So we don't want to take a decision where we haven't got all the facts in front of us. That would be bad decision making. So all I'm saying is that we wait until we get all these things in place and then we revisit it. I think that's a hugely reasonable thing to do, and I urge members to support the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Murray. So I'll just do a very, very brief summing up as the mover of the motion. I really don't have anything else to say. I think the report and presentation given to us today was very thorough, covered all aspects of this big planning application, and all the questions that members had in the chamber and online were, to my view, satisfactorily answered by the planning manager, Morag Ferguson. So that's why I am going with the motion and not supporting the amendment. So now we can go straight to the vote. So I'll let Derek go through just to make sure that everyone knows what they're voting for.
Okay, thank you, Nacarum. As we have a number of members online, we'll have to do a roll call vote. So when I call your name, if you say clearly motion or amendment. The motion is in the name of the convener, seconded by the leader, which are the recommendations in the report. And the amendment is in the name of Councillor Gordon Murray, seconded by Councillor John Norman MacLeod, and the amendment has been circulated to all members. Nacarum?
Motion.
Leader?
Motion.
Duncan McInnes, MB.
Motion.
Kenneth J. McLean.
Motion.
Ian A. McNeill.
Motion.
Ian M. MacLeod.
Motion.
Susan Thompson.
Amendment.
Mustafa Hussain,
Motion.
Yushan Robertson,
Motion.
Paul Finnegan,
Motion.
Kenneth M. MacLeod,
Motion.
Robert Mackenzie,
Motion.
Angus Morrison,
Motion.
Ranald Fraser,
Amendment.
and Councillor Norman MacDonald-Skirroog has had to leave the meeting. John Norman MacLeod,
Motion. Sorry, amendment.
Are you sure?
Councillor Crichton obviously declared an interest. Ian M. Macaulay,
Amendment.
Malcolm K. MacDonald,
Amendment.
Gordon Murray,
Amendment.
Angus McCormack,
Motion.
Dr. Francis Murray,
Amendment.
George Murray.
Motion.
Councillor Norrie MacDonald has had to leave the meeting. Councillor Finlay M. Stewart,
Motion.
$15 for the motion and $7 for the amendment. Got him.
Okay, thank you very much. And that means we can finish with that item on the agenda today. The next item on the agenda, questions from the Councillor Gordon Murray. They are being put back to the December meeting in view of the time we have spent on this. So I would ask now, we have one other item on the agenda for the public, and then we go into private. So item number 4 is the minute of the meeting of the Planning Applications Board, 11th November 2025 for noting, and then the Audit and Scrutiny Committee Decision Report of the 10th of November 2025. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder for the Audit and Scrutiny Committee Decision Report of 10th November 2025? At item 3.2, we are being asked to appoint up to 3 additional members to the short leading panel for the appointment of a new chief executive. The appointment of additional members can be determined at the Comhairle meeting on the 3rd of December. The chief executive will submit a report detailing the gender, political and geographical balance required. So can I ask the proposer and seconder of the Audit and Scrutiny meeting on the 10th of November, are you quite happy with that? So you're moving the...
I'll move the recommendation
Yeah.
of the committee decision.
Vice Chair, Councillor Malcolm MacDonald. Okay.
Second.
Khalima Maha, thank you very much. I'll ask Derek Mackay to come in.
In respect of item 1 of that recommendation, it's appointed to the short leading panel. What we are asking is that for this appointment, the Comhairle agree to grant delegation to the chief executive to appoint any additional members to the short leading panel to ensure that gender balance is achieved. That's a legal requirement under the Equalities Act. So if members are happy with that additional wording, is the chair and vice chair happy with that, and the members happy?
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for our public session. We're now moving into private.